Greetings, programs! How is everyone this evening? So I mentioned a week or two ago that I have been playing Doll's Nest in my own time, kind of with the intention of streaming it. And I just got wrapped up into it, and now I'm just like, no, I just want to play it. I just want to keep playing it. I want to keep doing it. So I eventually said, you know, let's just play Doll's Nest. So here we are. I'm taking a bit of a break from Arctic Motel Simulator. I feel like we've seen most of the content in that game. I may play it a little on my own time and see if there's anything more beyond that. But, the next objective is just, make 15 houses or whatever. So it's just kind of going to be more of the same for quite a while, I feel. But, so, Doll's Nest. I keep calling this game Doll's Ingram. Stream title says Arctic Motel. Well, that's wrong. Everything that I see says Doll's Nest. So, in my ongoing quest to not play Elden Ring, we have now veered off into not playing Armored Core. So, Doll's Nest is effectively Armored Core, but in the Blame universe, starring anime girls. And that's the gist of it. So, Armored Core, anime girls, I'm sure those are obvious enough. Those of you who don't know what Blame is, Blam? I think it's Blame. Look, it's either Blame if it's English I don't know why some people call it Blam. It's either Blame in English pronunciation or Blame in Japanese pronunciation, which I think is even weirder, and I don't understand why it would do that. So it's Blame. Blame is a, I almost want to call it post-apocalyptic, but it's not. I mean, it kind of is, but a very different kind of apocalypse. It's, the gist of it is that humanity has almost died out, and they exist within a mechanical megastructure as large, if not larger, than the solar system. Definite megalophobia vibes, brutalist vibes. And you'll see that, but it's also very futuristic, but also post-apocalyptic. There's technology far beyond anything that we could achieve nowadays, but also there's 3 people left alive. So do we have any news otherwise before I dive in? So I've been playing this for quite a while. I'm going to start a new game for the sake of the stream. Again, trying to think if I have any news otherwise. I mentioned yesterday I am not going to be streaming next Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I'm just not going to be able to. I am going to try to stream on Wednesday evening. It'll probably be Doll's Nest. I will call this Dolls Ingram quite a lot, I'm sure. For those of you who don't know what Dolls Ingram is, it's some, like, Dojin game from 20 years ago. Side-scrolling platformer shooter. But yeah, I will try to stream Wednesday evening. Crossing my fingers I can pull that off. So what is the lore behind Doll's Nest? So that's the cool part. We don't know. I'm like halfway through the game and I still don't really know. I've pieced together like very tiny little bits here and there. It is very clearly an established universe with an established history that we are just not told outright. I think the closest that you get to what is the lore is literally what you get in the title screen loop here, which also happens on a new game. So devour, spawn, annihilate, that was the purpose of their creation. Devour, spawn, devour more, spawn again. Even after annihilating all of their foes, they continued to devour, they continued to spawn. Time had passed, all had been devoured, and yet they never ceased spawning. Weapons born without enemies wander within the womb, fighting amongst themselves. And that's what you got. Oh yeah, I don't know if you're being serious or joking, but that's legitimately true. Any more specifics that you get are entirely within, like, item descriptions. I'm trying to think if there's anything else news-wise. Nothing else really jumping out at me, so let's go ahead and hop in. New game. Name 2. Sure. This is not the name of your character. This is literally the name of your save data. Your character does not really have a name, and we will probably be referring to her as either Tofu or Jane Doll's Nest. You know, let's just be name 2. There's gonna be name 2. Name 2, let's go. Okay, so we know hardly anything. But we're starting here, we can move around. We're gonna be run through a brief tutorial before we do much of anything. You could actually consider this in lore as effectively our, like, boot system. Close range loadout centered around thermal weapons. High damage output hinges on user skill. So close range. All-purpose loadout that excels in mid-range combat. Easy to learn and handle. So mid-range. Sniper-style loadout that excels in long-range combat. Difficult to fight in close combat. So when I started the game, I started by picking long range, And I have determined after a fair amount of time in the game that, yeah, I chose correctly. I am not getting close to enemies. It's just not happening. I'm a little curious. I just want to look at this one real quick. Do you not have a secondary weapon that looks like an SMG? If that's an assault rifle, then I would consider this. This one looks like... It looks like a shotgun and a melee weapon, so yeah, I'd definitely not. And then this one has... That is battle rifle and a handgun. Do you really not have a secondary weapon? Okay, so I would go with this one because I end up going with assault rifle. Quite a bit, actually, but I'll talk more on that later. But I may go with this one for now because the back piece on this thing is something that I still use and like up to halfway through the game. And I don't know where I would get one aside from the starter gear. I mean, I probably have one aside from the starter gear. This isn't working again? This is working. Yeah, so it looks like the Streamlabs bot just didn't post. Oh, it won't take your money. Darn it, Streamlabs, why you gotta be that way? Okay, so all said, I actually, despite that I will end up playing almost entirely long range, I don't actually like a lot of the weapons that this one gives you. So I'm going to start with an assault rifle. We're going to start with medium. Alright, we can move. Ooh, it's the arrowhead. Really? That's the arrowhead? How did I not recognize that? Yeah, you do not have a second weapon. Okay, you got a good jump. Good boost. I can skip training. I'll let you guys know what's going on. Repairing agent. Ow! Why you gotta be that way? It's because I got hurt by something so I could use the repairing agent. Use 2. Yep, just did. So yeah, sprint. V? I set it to left control because that's way better. Thrusters left shift. Yeah, that's that. Jump. And this thing has a heckin' good jump, too. Can I check, like, my stuff? I can, actually. I can check my stuff in here. Nice. Okay, so what do we got? Tropion. So you start with you also have a junk frame, and that's kind of it's what we started with before we picked our mid-tier frame. It's effectively your unequipped slot. Like, and you can't sell these or anything, so it's kind of their way to guarantee that you always have access to something. Yeah, so what do we have? Jump ability, 13,000 jump is pretty good. Target range, 8.4 is also pretty good. That's our hanger. Utility module. It does not tell me what its ability is. Oh, it's like anti-missile or something. Okay, so fairy rings are like teleport points. These are going to be effectively fast travel. Enemy? Ooh, actually shot at me. Okay, so that's a lot of buttons, but you have a primary, which is my assault rifle. It's the weapon that I have in my hand. You can carry 2 of them on you at any given time. I only have 1. The mid tier apparently only has 1. And then you have 2 rear arms, which is like that missile launcher that's on my right shoulder. These are usually much stronger attacks, but they consume much more ammunition. And then the utility module is kind of a support ability that you can use. This one seems to be some kind of anti-missile something, and I don't really know. You know, sure. Yeah, keep enemies within the targeting reticle. That is the large hexagon. As long as you keep the enemy within the hexagon, it will lock onto them, so you can see the little red lock below the enemy. As long as you are locked onto an enemy, your shots will automatically lead based on their momentum. If you are not locked on, it will simply fire towards the center of your reticle. This is, of course, also counting on the accuracy of your weapon, which is not particularly great. It's not bad. Okay, reload. Yeah, if you try to fire when you don't have any ammo, you automatically reload. Or you can hit R to do it. This costs BP. That is the second gauge up top. There are 3 gauges up top. The very top one is your health. The blue part of the top one is your shield. Your shield regenerates. The white part does not. Since you're dealing with mostly ranged weaponries and enemies with mostly ranged weaponries, it's kind of impossible to avoid damage. But as long as you can minimize it, it won't get through your shield. And so you'll effectively stay at full health. The second gauge is your ammunition, effectively. Whenever you reload, it consumes some of that ammunition. Whenever you fire one of your secondary weapons, it will just straight consume that gauge. So when you run that down, you just can't shoot anymore. You no longer have a weapon. Unless you have a melee weapon, which fires for free. The third gauge is your boost gauge. Jumping requires boost. Hovering requires boost. Dashing requires boost. And your glide requires boost. Like anything that uses your thrusters. So you can lock onto enemies, as we saw, and then you will now lead your shots. Enemies can also do that to you. It's not particularly obvious when they have the lock on, when they have you locked on, but they can. So be aware that enemies will occasionally lead their shots to hit you. So before we continue on, I want to talk very briefly about leading shots. So this is something that I think a lot about physics, okay? So how shot leading works, and this is something I actually realized as a kid when I was playing Kirby 64, because there's one particular room where there's cannons in the background that lead their shots, and I was like, holy crap, it's impossible to not get hit by them. So in order to lead shots, let's say this guy up here is going to shoot at the guy down here. The game knows how far they are. And the game knows how fast their own projectile moves. So they know, based on this distance, it will take 2 seconds, or whatever, for your bullet to get to them. Now, if this guy is moving, it actually looks at the direction and speed that it is moving. So if it is moving this way at a specific speed, then it can very easily calculate if you are here, moving in this direction, at this speed, in 2 seconds, you will be here. Since 2 seconds is how long it will take for my bullet to get to you, if you are here, moving in this direction, with this velocity, we are going to aim here. And that is how it calculates it. If your bullet takes 2 seconds to arrive, don't aim where they are, aim where they will be in 2 seconds. And that is what they will do to calculate for you. If you're trying to dodge, if you're just moving in a straight line, they know where you will be in 2 seconds, and they will fire where you will be in 2 seconds. This also works for you attacking them. So, if they know where you are going to be, how do you avoid getting hit? Don't move at a consistent speed in a consistent direction. Easy. If they think I'm going to be here in 2 seconds when they fire, all I have to do is not be there in 2 seconds. I maybe move this way and then stop and then their bullet will whiz by in front of me. I've also found a good strategy is just to run in circles. Kind of small circles, but just kind of run in circles. So, yeah, that's how shot leading works. That's kind of the math, the geometry behind it, I suppose. And that's something to keep in mind in figuring out how to dodge them. So if they know where you are going to be, do something different. Yes, if you have a homing weapon, that's a whole different can of worms. So node trees. Node trees are kind of important. These are your campfires, effectively. Boot up complete. We are turning on our genuine systems for the first time. So you have whatever armor that you started with, but it feels kind of weird that you do. Because we just fell out of one of those. I'm not sure which one we fell out of. Oh, this one, probably. And I don't feel like we should have come out of that with our armor. But here we are. We're in the actual wide world now. And we are immediately going to be set upon by things that want us dead. Ooh. Giving us a sword right at the get-go. Some enemies over there, but they're just kind of puttering around, not doing anything. I'm gonna get to this tree. And I'm gonna take these because I can. Tree activated. Now, once you have activated a tree, there are a few things you can do. Very Armored Core Dark Souls-like, if you interact with this tree in any real way, it refills your health and everything, but all enemies respawn. There are bosses obviously do not respawn, and there are a number of major enemies that also do not respawn. But things that you can do here are supplies. This should just say resupply. It just refills your health, that's all it does. Transfer, this is fast travel between trees. Frame loadout will let you change your equipment around. And Tune Humanoid lets you change your stats. So we have 10 skill points. I'm going to put them into firearm proficiency and reload tech. Firearm proficiency, one thing that I think is really cool about this game is you see in the corner it says M for help. if I hit that, I can hover over anything and it will tell me what every stat does, what all of the upgrades do, like literally anything. So firearm proficiency just makes your shots more accurate, and reload tech makes you reload faster. We only have 10 points. These points, you do not level up. These points come very sparingly at very specific points, very specific times. Like, there are specific feats you have to do to get more points. Now, when you go to frame loadout, this will let you change your frame, change your gear around. So mobility module is going to be your legs. We only have one set, so that's obviously the set that we're going with. The biggest... So each one of the different pieces of equipment has kind of a primary purpose, I guess. The mobility module, which is going to be your legs, the main thing that it does is give you carrying capacity and determine how fast you can move. How fast you can move, how high you can jump, how much you can carry. Now, you do not have to worry about, like, the weight of an inventory, like, oh no, I picked up too much stuff. Your carry weight is entirely your loadout. Like, a very weak pair of legs cannot support you running around with giant, like, bunker busters on each shoulder or anything. So it's entirely your loadout. It's only, like, your equipment, I guess. And that's mostly determined by your legs. Or your capacity is mostly determined by your legs. Headset module is just over your head, and it largely determines your targeting. You can see target range, target area, computing, and melee proficiency for some reason. Target range is how far away the enemy has to be, how close the enemy has to be before you can lock onto them. Targeting area is how big that hexagon is. The bigger the hexagon, the less, like, close you have to be to targeting the enemy before you can lock onto them. Computing is how fast you can lock on, and then, obviously, melee proficiency is melee proficiency. Hanger module, this is your back piece. This largely just kind of gives you defense. Potentially makes your rear arms stronger. But mostly just gives you defense. Thruster module. So we've determined our mass. The thruster module is how fast you can propel your mass. This is going to determine movement speed, handling, jump ability, all that fun stuff. Utility module, it does give you some stuff, like some defenses and whatnot, but mostly when you look at a utility module, you're looking at what support it gives. Which is, this one gives plasma flare. I don't like plasma flare. Plasma flare? There's one specific one I go for. We'll get that when we get that. Primary arms, this is your main weapon. This is what you attack with in your primary slot. We will talk extensively about this when we have more than one thing to equip. Primary arms 2, we can just equip a secondary, so I only have a second one, so I'll equip the sword. And then we have our main... We have our rear arms, which these are our heavy weapons. I am actually going to put this on my left instead of my right. I only have the one. So that's our gear. That's our mech setup. Now, we can also change our machine color. What color do we want to be? Did this actually carry over my color from the other... No, I don't think it did. Okay, edit frame. Main, white. I actually think that is the same. I go with a blue glow, though. But that looks about the same otherwise. Primary arms, we are still going white. Blue glow. Rear arms. Gonna be white. Blue glow. Weapon. Oh, edit all. There we go. I actually make the weapons a slightly darker shade of gray, not just pure white. Okay, so that should be all set. Then I want to go to primary arms. Instead of white, we are going to knock that down a bit darker. Yeah, let's go half. Rear arms. Oh, I can just go weapons. I think that's good. I think that's fine. Yeah, so the frame is white. My subcolor is just kind of it's a little bluish. So that's that. Yes. And then we can even change our anime girl. So face, we only have 3 faces. Which one looks like the most tired? I think that top one does. Yeah, good with that. Front hair, only have so many options. Don't have one that I'm especially fond of right now. And then there are 3 different outfits that you can wear to start with. Let's go with this one for now. Then you can change... Yeah, let's just go that. Be kind of chubby. Can't actually tell because I changed off of the thing. There we go. I think I'm mostly just gonna go halfway down the road. Can make the thighs a little bigger though. I may make the thighs a little bigger. Yeah, let's go 60. And then hip size. Hip size is kind of weird. Let's just leave you at 50. Flip. I think that's just mirroring left and right. And then we can choose colors for these. Now we are going with very pale skin, as you do. We are going with the white hair, as you do. Hair gradient. I forget if I went to pink or blue. This, but let's be a little brighter. Let's go with that for now. Let's see here. Hair highlights, optional, eye color. Purple, good. feel like this needs to be bluer than that. Let me put this and then make it brighter. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, so that is most things. I forget what color is which here. Body main color. Okay, we don't want to go pure black. That's a little much. Subcolor 1, that's the bottom. Subcolor 2. Subcolor 3. One of these... Let's dull that a little bit. One of these is going to be blue. That'll do for now, I think. Wait, this is just like this color. That'll do for now, I think. And then this is where you can load save presets and stuff. There is more customization that you can do later on. Right now, that's kind of all we have at our disposal. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Aha! I found it. That was the color of our hair tie and back. There we go. Now our hair tie is blue, like it should be. Okay. So one thing a couple things you'll notice from here are turning is limited. You cannot fling yourself around at 100 miles an hour. If I spin the camera, you actually see it slows down pretty quick, and you see that like red thing show up in the center of the crosshair. There is actually a stat on probably your, well, on your machine. It's like handling or something that determines how fast you can turn. Additionally, there is one... I was expecting, like, oh, I gotta hurry up and get to another tree. There is one tree per zone. And a zone is like a whole son of a gun. There is only one tree. However, there are several different shortcuts you will unlock to get back to the tree. So this is not actually the way you're supposed to go to start, but I want to go this way anyway. So this door is... okay, it does open. But this does not work. That elevator is going to be there until, like, halfway. That elevator is going... we're going to come back to that, like, halfway through the game. There I go, just spin around in circles. Oh, that guy's... Yup. Doesn't shoot me directly, but he shoots crap into the air. Always be looting. This side doesn't open. That means that is the other end of a shortcut. Is there anything cool down here? Or is it just death? That's just death. So I have been told, and by told I mean I read on the Steam forum, that melee is kind of broken in this game, and by broken I mean overpowered. And the melee weapons are indeed absurdly powerful. But that's not really how I enjoy playing, because you kind of just have to go in and get the crap kicked out of you. And every weapon has a long delay. Like, I can attack. Now I can attack again. You do not have to be locked onto a guy. I'm sure there are some melee weapons that are faster, but just on average, they just take friggin' forever. Yeah, I think the expectation is that you kind of hang back and then sneak in and get one good hit in. So I think, for the most part, those bionic parts are just things you can sell for money? Oh. I knew you guys were here. There are two different kinds of damage in this game. There is physical and thermal. Physical is your standard, bullets and the like. Those big blue, like electric-looking explosions, that's thermal damage. This is not worth it. This is like hot garbage. This is nothing I care about. Supplement. Yeah, don't care. I'm all the way out here for nothing. I mean, you get a lot of items in this game that I don't really know what to do. Like, I was thinking there was maybe a crafting system or something, but there's not. Like luminous ore. I do not know what luminous ore is. And you can take glancing blows, like I said, without too much worry. Like when you're dealing with a bunch of enemies with machine guns and stuff, you're just going to get hit periodically. But that's what the shield is for. I know I saw a little orange thing over here somewhere. I'm sure, but there it is. Smoke grenade. Something up there. Not seeing anything out here. There is an item up here, I knew it. Okay, now this guy up here is going to be problems. Ah. Ooh, that hurt too. Throwing knife. S-stock, so that's a handgun. This idiot back here sees you while you're going up the stairs, and it's very rude. Okay, so going up this pipe is progress. I'm gonna go back this way. No! Come back! So you'll see enemies drop, like, effectively 3 different kinds of drops. One is very tiny little white orbs. When you collect those, that's money. There are larger blue orbs, which if you collect actually give you a little ammo back. It's BP. And then lastly, there are the orange diamonds, which are an item. Mostly, enemies just drop money. You will run your supplies out. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Anyone? Hello? Do you have anything to eat? I'm almost at the exit, but I'm exhausted. Sure. Take one. The game is entirely voice acted, but it's also entirely voice acted in Japanese. You can not save her. At which point she does kind of just stay here forever. And I imagine a lot of the game gets very difficult without her. These orange barriers are something we're not going to be able to get through for quite some time. These blue orbs here, these are the ones that give you some BP. And I'm gonna run over here because I know there's more jellyfish. Yep. So not all items are the real nice little orange glowy thing that's super easy to see. Some of them are these chests, which are notably harder to see. But you open them, and they give you an orange item that you can pick up, and usually they hold much more important things, like a weapon, or a new suit part, or something. Anything up here? No. They don't want me to go in. Yeah, we have a pistol. I'm not actually sure what the advantage of pistols are. You can dual-wield pistols. So if you realize that I don't really want like a main weapon and a sub-weapon to go back and forth between different situations, you can equip 2 pistols. And then this dumps us back here. If we get an electric weapon, that would be any of the energy-based weapons. I don't know if we have any, though. Something very important to keep in mind in this game is when you jump, there is a delay between pressing the button and actually jumping. Like, you don't just jump. You have to, like, you hit jump, and your character actually has to, like, crouch down, ready the thrusters. It's like... So I will actively jump... I will actively fall off ledges. It'll just happen. Because the jump didn't jump fast enough. So there's a jellyfish up here. And I'm gonna get up here real quick to take it out. And then I'm gonna turn around because there's a jellyfish behind me. I'm gonna go hide. Ow. Rude. I tried to stab it, but you have, like, very short range. Like, oh boy, do melee weapons have short range. He wasn't even shooting at me, and I'm not sure why. Okay, we got an enemy over that way. Oh, he's got a shotgun. So something of interesting note is, as far as I can tell, all of the enemies use the same weapons that you can use. So every time you see an enemy do something, you can get a weapon that does that. Why you gotta put an item way out here? Why you gotta do this? I think this is just like a grenade, too, that I will never use. Yeah. Okay, so down that way is actually progress. New Toho fan game that stars Sanae and is straight up Kirby. I have not heard of that, but it sounds amazing. Let's see, I'm gonna go in here. Oh, also, anytime you see wood, you are a large mech. There are a lot of things you just destroy by riding through them. Also, if you can get to it, usually enemies are much weaker in the back than they are in the front. That's not something you can kind of always take advantage of. Heck yeah, vandalism. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Heck, these are metal barrels and I'm just careening through them. Take that. Okay, so we can go down. I know there's an enemy back here, and he absolutely will sneak up on me if I don't kill him. Is the doll technically more of a power armor? Kinda, yeah. There's also stuff down there, but I'm gonna deal with these guys up here first. I don't know if I want to bother trying to kill this tank. Nah, he's easy enough to take out. You're the one that shoots these out. We got him. Let's just don't not get hit by missiles. I don't think this ever opens. I know there are goodies over here. Javelin. We get back to a save point, we're gonna have some goodies to play with. Can't see crap. My gamma is where it's supposed to be, but I can understand why some people crank it up, and I'm actually considering it. Let's not go all the way up. Let's just go up to like 60. We'll just go up a little bit. There are some spots in this game that can get kind of dark. Oh, fences! I'm in a mech. Don't care about your fences. Also boxes. Actually made the game hang a little bit there. Okay, not immediately seeing anything else here. There's some guys over there. I think there's a guy back here. No. Surprising. I guess this is kind of still the tutorial area. Jeez, jumper. Oh, crap. Didn't take too much damage, but I actually took a good shotgun blast there. What specs are my GPU and CPU? At this point, I've got a pretty new... I don't know exactly. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I've got a pretty new CPU. My GPU at this point is a couple of years old, and when I got it, it wasn't really what it was in the... When I got it, it was in the prime of the graphics cards are way overpriced part of the pandemic. But I absolutely needed one. Like, I had to have one at that moment. So it was pretty good at the time, but it wasn't quite what I would have wanted it to be. And I think nowadays, it used to be my processor was what was holding back. Ooh, got a whole new bot. It used to be my processor was what was holding back my computer the most. Now that I've got a new processor, it is my graphics card that's holding back my computer the most. That doesn't necessarily mean it's holding it back. It's still a pretty good system. If I, like, really push it, it does have a limit, but it's a pretty good system. Sorry, I couldn't give you exact specs. I don't know what they are. So we've been going a pretty long way, I feel. Ooh. We've been going a pretty long way, I feel, without anything in the way of a checkpoint or shortcut. And I feel like this has been... I feel like maybe I've missed a shortcut. This is literally a shortcut right here, though. Again, I do feel like I've kind of missed a shortcut. At this, there are 2 more shortcuts that I can think of, and I feel like I missed one. I am yet to have enemies attack me while I'm on one of these platforms. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you, developers. For resisting the urge to have like an army of those friggin' jellyfish come at me while I'm on a moving platform. The game has this weird, like, everything... I say weird, but it's also cool. This, like, everything is dark and gray and hard. But then, like, there's these little bits of life, like our trees and the fairy circles. And even these little, like, flower petals. But even if you look at these, I'm pretty sure these are mechanical. Like, I don't know what the fairy circles would be, because those are clearly mushrooms. But I feel like the trees and everything are... I do not think those are not synthetic. New body shape. Okay, so we came down there. There is something out here, I remember. Halberd. Don't fall in the hole. Grab your chest first. New outfit. Lamp. And that just takes us back to this room, so that was just a hidden little area with an item. Hattie, the pilgrim. Apologies, I didn't expect to meet a nymph this far down. Forgive my manners. My name is Hattie. I'm on a pilgrimage from Alkand. I've been stuck here for ages. Not anymore, thanks to you. It's not much, but I'd like you to have this, as a sign of gratitude. I guess because we opened the door. We got bionic parts. So when you speak to... there are NPCs that you can find, and generally when you talk to them, they will... You need to talk to them like 6 times to get all their dialogue. Pardon me, but have you come in pursuit of the divine truth as well? I don't actually know why I'm here. I was kind of literally just birthed. This place fits every description of the maiden realm in the scriptures, the place we've been longing to see, which means our progenitor must be here somewhere. What's that? The automatons will attack us if they hear our voices? That's a terrifying thought. If I die here, this discovery will be lost. I shall return home at once. You be careful out there. Arum to you. Okay. Dialogue is exhausted. There are NPCs, and every single NPC that you find has some form of quest line to them. So that is not the last we will be seeing of her. Some of them are literally just keep talking to them, and some of them can get complicated. Complicated enough, in fact, that... complicated enough, in fact, that you cannot get every item in this game in one playthrough. Fairy circle. Ah, and that takes us back here. Okay, so we did not, in fact, miss a shortcut. This is the one I was thinking of. I couldn't remember where this was. That said, there's an item down there. There's also an item up there hiding quite nicely. And it's a something. Scimitar. Where does this dump me? Oh, it dumps me back here. Yeah, it's hard to tell with some of those. Like, oh, it looks like a tiny gun. Is it a handgun? Oh, well, it may be like a rear weapon missile launcher or something, too. Oh, you're one of them! Oh, hi. Oh, there's another one over there. So the first time I played through this, I picked the sniper class, and though I feel like I genuinely do play that, the rifle that they start you with is, at least for how I'm playing, not good. I've found that I will be forced into at least mid-range combat more often than not, and that's why I always keep an assault rifle. I keep the arrowhead pretty much constantly. Like, I didn't realize you got the arrowhead this early on. That has been my go-to weapon for, like, almost the entire game. Admittedly, there are no direct upgrades in this game. Ow, 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 ow. There are no direct upgrades in this game. Pretty much everything that you get is more about playing differently and closer to how you want to play than it is just being, oh, this is just better. You can upgrade your gear. Like, if you find a piece that you really like, you can just make it a little better. I thought I reloaded. You can just make that piece better, but you're not going to just find something that's just objectively better than what you already have. You may find something that makes you go, oh wow, I want that piece way better than the piece that I currently have equipped. Oh, my first run through, that was a nightmare to get through that section. Like a real gauntlet. Hey, no, you get back here. You get back here and you give me that item. Warhammer! Yeah, and I think I had a lot more trouble first time through here, and I think that was largely because of the... It was a combination of weapon choice, which I didn't think fit the situation as well, and just my knowledge of how to play game. There's guys up there. They're kind of hidden by the ground, though, so I can't, like, really just... Hey! 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 Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Oh, you gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving, zigging and zagging. Throw off their auto aim. Or their shot leading. Wait, I can stand on that? that helps. So I think everybody in this area is destroyed now. So let's take a brief moment to go collect our spoils. I think that's it for here. Still a guy alive up there. A couple guys alive back here. So how do I get on top of this? Good enough. Oh, that's a tank. Oh, there's a ton of guys over there. What the heck? Oh, jeez! It's Shotgun Man! Okay, not immediately seeing anything else over here. A couple enemies dropped stuff. Yeah, there was something over there. There's an item down there, too. Let me up. Okay, is there anything on the mid-floor? Does not look it. Okay, didn't see anything on the middle. That guy ran up here to the top for some reason. Alright, I think we have actually gotten... Nope, never mind. There's an item down here. I think we've actually gotten everything now. This building is clean. The game, it is just a quiet game. Like, if you're expecting the, like, heavy metal to kick in, or whatever, I mean, well, I mean, there are boss fights, I guess. But it is just a quiet game. It's a very moody game. Can you customize your character? Yes. We did a little customizing earlier, and you will unlock more options over the course of the game. In fact, we've already unlocked some more options, so I'm going to head back here, and I'm going to heal up. And we can look at all the goodies we got. So, mobility modules. So we have... This is what we have. We've picked up 2 additional ones. Oh no, that's just the same thing. So we also have this one. So, da-da-da-da-da-da. So looking at everything on the right for this one, this is lower defense, better status resistance, better handling, airspeed, jump ability, like the whole 9 yards. Everything is... Does the game have happy or depressing ending? That is asking for spoilers. I don't actually know. I have not beaten the game. This feels like the kind of game that would have a very somber ending. Like, it's not gonna have everybody joins around and is cheering, yeah, everything's cool. It's not... I don't feel like it's gonna have an ending like that. That feels weird. But it may have a... There's a glimmer of hope for the direction that the future is going kind of ending. So yeah, this is mostly less defense for better mobility. I'm actually pretty cool with the amount of mobility I have, so I'm just going to keep this one. Headset. So the headset does... You can't only look at the stats on the right side of the screen, even though chat's covering up a lot of, and me are covering up a lot of them. Because different pieces of equipment actually have their own unique stats that affect more than just your main frame statistics. Like, the headgear, the headset, modifies the target range, target area computing, and those are things that are not listed on the right. And that's the main thing that the headset does. So this is what we have. Oh, we just picked up another of the same thing. And then we also have this one. So this is target range down, melee proficiency down. Area and computing are up, though. So this one will lock onto stuff super fast. That computing is actually really high. This will lock onto stuff super fast, and with a big area, it'll make it easy to lock onto stuff very fast. But it's reasonably short range and not very good at melee. So this is good if you're using like a shotgun or something, I think. Like close range like close to medium range ranged weapons. Not really how I play, so I'm just going to keep that one. Hanger module. This is the same one I already have. And then there's this one. So this one is... It's better mobility for less defense. I'm pretty cool with what I have, though. Thruster module, that's just the same thing again. Then we have this one, which is... mostly better mobility for worse defense. again. You can indeed sell ones that you already have. I mean, not yet, but you can. So I'm going to keep what I have because I'm content with that. Now, utility. This one has shield over. Shield overlay is the one that I like. So we're equipping shield overlay. That's just plasma flare, so I don't really care about that. Yeah, shield overlay. Now we have the arrowhead equipped, which tends to be what I usually have equipped. Wow, we've picked up a lot of guns, actually. So we have two different melee... Oh, this is a melee weapon. It's like an energy sword. So we also have a handgun. We have... So there are physical and thermal versions of effectively the same weapons. So, like, if you have a weapon and you... like a physical weapon and go, boy, it sure would be nice if I had literally this exact same thing, but it did thermal damage, you can do that. So that is where we have an assault rifle. Submachine... So assault rifles are pretty much what we've been using the whole game. They're... or so far. They're relatively quick firing, and reasonably high damage, relatively quick firing. We have the submachine gun that does lower damage but shoots way faster. I am not a submachine gun guy. We have grenade launchers, which are exactly what you think they are. And then we have beam guns. Now this is where we're moving into the thermal weapons. I think the beam guns are the thermal version of the assault rifle. The discharge machine gun is the thermal version of the submachine gun. We have the wave gun. I think this is the thermal version of the shotgun. No. I don't know what this is. It's not a shotgun, though. No, maybe it is a shotgun. The compress gun. I think the compress guns are the thermal versions of the battle rifles, which are the closest thing you get to a sniper rifle. This is effectively your sniper rifle. It's not like a real sniper rifle. We'll see that later. So what I tend to rock is an assault rifle and a combat rifle. The combat rifles, or the battle rifles, or whatever they're called, those are very slow to shoot, but very high range, very high damage. It also kind of tends to be that the longer range you go, the less ammo efficient your weapons are. So you have to be a little more careful. Like, if you're using nothing but long-range weapons, there's a chance, like, it is more likely that you run out of ammo. Can you run out of ammo? Yes. I have. Against a boss. It was lovely. And by lovely, I mean I died. Actually, I didn't die. The boss, I had an item in my inventory that refilled some of my BP. I didn't have it set to my hotbar, though, so I just kind of had to run away from the boss. Thankfully, the boss was relatively slow-moving. I had to run away from the boss and, like, shuffle through my inventory and set it to the hotbar, and it was fun. It's a fun time. So I'm generally going with mid and long range. Then we have our long range. Then we have our rear weapons, where So on the left, I have the missile launcher. On the right, I can't equip it. Okay, cool. This is an artillery cannon. This is not what I typically go with, but it's kind of all I have right now. It is big damage. Big damage, big whammies. So something I've not mentioned is, because I've not really used them, the rear weapons, I have the rocket launcher, and I typically have kept the rocket launcher for a very long time. It was quite a while before I changed off the rocket launcher. But you can see the rear weapons consume a lot more BP for ammo. I just fired off those couple of missiles, and you can see how much my BP gauge is down. Like, that's my overall ammo that's down. The reason I keep these, though, is they're quick to fire, they're easy to fire, I can fire them reasonably quickly, and they home. These are what I typically use when, like, I can't get an enemy to stand the crap still. Then we have the artillery cannon, which is a cannon. That didn't even do that much damage. The missiles do more damage. Oh, never mind, I must have just hit him wrong. Which is a thing you can do. So, good damage, but, so something to keep in mind as well is, well, I'll just go back to that. So, something to keep in mind is that weapons have a range. And you can see this one has a range of 5,000. This is very small text. I apologize if you can't read this. This is a range of 5,000. That is not that far, all things considered. Like, this missile launcher's range is 9,500. So this is actually kind of short range. This has a range of 5,700. This has a range of 6,600. So it actually has... This artillery cannon has a shorter range than my assault rifle. And once the projectile hits that range... It will still continue flying. It just does considerably less damage. So that's when I shot this thing out and hit the guy, and it did, like, no damage. He was out of range. So this is artillery cannon. Powerful, you just have to be, like, right next to him to use. Well, maybe not right next to him. Something to check is what is the target range on our headpiece. This'll give us a better way of kind of judging distance. So this is a target range of 8,400. So just because we are in range of this does not mean our weapons can hit it. Now, what else did we pick up? Picked up a couple faces. Actually, did we? I don't think we did. Back. Yeah, I'm still good with that one. front. I'll stick without for now. And I could have sworn we picked up, like, outfits or something. Oh well. Okay, so we're off to a good start. Let's go fight a boss. Oh, and now I can toggle between my two weapons pretty easily. Am I even going the right way? Is that a door over there? Did I ever go in that door? Sorry, pardon me. Excuse me. No, no, no. This is the door I needed to go in. This is fine. Pardon me. Pardon me. Coming through. Coming through. If you ever see this blue stuff, boss time. This blue wall, boss room. It do be a tank. So a lot of enemies, bosses included, have kind of a weak point. If you can get to it. Oh, geez, sorry. Ow. Get that out. I'm trying to aim for the yellow cans on his back because you do more damage there. We're doing pretty well. He's half dead. He's on fire. I'm not sure what that was. Did you just, like, explode on purpose? He's gonna go again. What? Oh, fire bad, fire bad. Ow, what the heck was that about? Oh, I just kind of took a blow there. Can I get my shield back? And... No, I'm reloading! Yeah, I got him. Alright. Yeah, first try. There is only... I'm about halfway through the game on my own playthrough. And... pretty lengthy game, all things considered. And thus far, there is only one boss that I have died to. That's not to say the bosses aren't challenging, but there was enough leeway, and I was cautious enough to kind of figure them out as I went. And there's just one boss that I had to die to several times before I figured out how in the world to fight it. The Decayed Brood Chamber. Okay, we're officially out of the tutorial now. And out of our mech. This is our hub. We're going to be coming... This is our home base. We're going to be coming back here quite often. Excuse me, ma'am, you are very large. She also has 4 arms. And the only thing she can say is her own name. Like I said, you have to talk to... Oh, excitement. Like I said, you have to talk to everybody like 6 times to get their full dialogue tree. Do not think just because, like, okay, they're not saying much that they're done. No, keep talking to them. Because she is a shop. And you can see she's holding a doll in her hand. She makes dolls. But dolls for her are us-sized. You also get kind of a lot of money for beating bosses. So I only had like 1 or 200k before that boss fight, and now I've got over 500. Eventually we're going to get enough money to like buy all of these things out, but that's going to take quite a while. My priority right now is just buying what I need to buy. And there's some good stuff in here, like, you want to run around in full armor, full skirt armor. I'm getting this one, though. Back hair parts. I think I'm reasonably fine with the back hair parts that I have. Face parts. Is it ALH? Ooh, EDN. Looks good. ALH, though. Yeah, definitely ALH. YAM? Nope, definitely ALH. And then front hair parts. I think it was ALH. Okay, we're good on ALH. Back hair is steering the same. It was ALH is our front. And our body becomes this. There we go. Now we're looking pro. And remember Yo-Yo. We saved her. She's so short. Why are you so tiny? It's you, Hero. Thank you lots for before. I don't know what would have happened if you weren't there to help. So, where are we anyway? They used to tell me that all the trash gets washed out to the bottom of Hod. Whatever Hod is. But hey, trash has still got its uses. Look at this. See, I picked this up. Ooh, high-grade repairing agent. I picked up lots of other stuff, too. I'll trade it with you for a little fee. So please, if you let me stay here, I can help you. She is our shop. You can buy all kinds of business from her. So versatile resources up at the top. These are consumables. You want like healing items, status effect items. That's there. You can also buy arms. This is where you're getting a lot of your weapons. You can also get rear arms. And that's mostly it. Upgrade resources, I'll talk about them later. So, assault rifle, this is the arrowhead, this is the one that I have. Battle rifle. I think this is our... The battle rifle, I think, is our sniper rifle kind of deal. I don't know if I like this one, though. 3,200? Wrong button. Yeah, 3,200 BP per shot. The one that I have, the energy one, is not actually bad. I'll probably keep that one for a little bit. What do we got? Shotguns, grenade launcher, beam gun, compress gun, discharge machine gun, wave gun, bubble launcher. The bubble launcher is the thermal version of a grenade launcher. Handgun, melee weapon. Yeah, so nothing else there I'm too worried about. what'll be next, and then you can leave. I'll go out for some collecting too. So after I was done shopping, I exited that menu and then I just left and started running away. But you saw there, she actually talks a little bit and asks like, hey, what do you want to do next? And then gives you another menu. And like while she was saying that, I just left. And she stopped what she was saying and just went, ah. And now I feel really bad, and I make sure to go through the full menu every time. Okay, so there's this little guy over here. And this is part of... I wouldn't call it DLC. But these are new frame parts that were added post-launch. And then they added in this little NPC to buy them. Utility modules, those are just arms. I have not bought any of them before, so I do not know how good any of these are. Okay, like jump ability is 10k. It's just bipedal, so it's a regular pair of legs. Given that all of these are effectively side grades, like, none of them could be bad. Utility module. I don't know what the utility is, though. Mobility module here. Holy crap, that jump ability! Jump EP cost is through the roof, though. It's not that bad, actually. I mean, these are too rich for my blood anyway right now. Or are they? They've got, like, pretty decent range. And then a handgun. That looks like a hand cannon. Yeah, and it's just a physical and thermal version of kind of the same weapon. And then there are these two.
ごきげんよう。私たちが来てあげたのよ。ヤシカがヤシカよ。こっちがムシカ。ムシカがムシカよ。こっちがヤシカ。装備をお持ちなさい。私たちが鍛えてあげる。もちろん素材が必要よ。もちろん報酬も必要よ。
They also have forearms each.
これからあなたはたった一人でホドに挑む。
So wherever we are, it's called Hod.
ムシカ。きっとヘンテコな装具を拾ってくるわよ。ヤシカ。それってとても楽しそうじゃない。だからヤシカムシカが来てあげたのよ。
They are some weirdos, but they are how you upgrade your crap. So you can go in here, and along the way we picked up something called a palladium seed. We can use those along with just giving them some money to upgrade our equipment. So I don't know if any of these are the ones that I'm going to be using long term. This one I will, so I can probably upgrade it. Let's look at our primary arms. The arrowhead I will be using for a very long time. So I can go ahead and upgrade the arrowhead. Weapons and armor require different items. The weapons require graphite seeds. of which I have 3. It's currently being covered by chat, but it's in the upper right-hand corner. So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade that. It costs 10k to do. Rear arms. I will also use this rocket launcher for some time. So I'll go ahead and upgrade that too. I have 1 more graphite seed if I wanted to upgrade something else. I like this compress gun. I'll go ahead and upgrade it. And then, as far as main equipment goes, right now we only have like 1 palladium seed. Don't worry, you will get plenty. You can also buy them from Yo-Yo. I used this leg piece for quite some time. But I'm digging this one, though. Like, the problem with this one is it does have much better mobility. Oh, it's also really important. It does, there's something else it does that's very important. So I'll get back to that in a second. So we can run back this way. I'm not really sure why. Or seed children. Oh, some of them have opened. Hatched, I guess. Yep, okay, we're not going that way. I seem to remember, and I am probably wrong. I was in fact wrong. I could have sworn there was like an item behind her or something. We'll get to that in a second. I've only been over here like once, and I forget what was over here, so I want to come check this out too. What are you? To training? I wonder if that's like the tutorial again. Ow! Rude. Oh, it was like a bomb on the ground. Okay, so that just takes you back to the tutorial. Now, the reason I kind of wanted to check that out, because I remembered it was kind of a thing. The reason I kind of wanted to check that out was I hit the wrong button. No, you can't do it from this tree. Okay, let's go talk to this thing, and I'll talk more about whatever it is that I was talking about earlier. Anything cool back here? We have little elevators. They bring you up here from the bottom. Can I climb up the tube? I cannot climb up the tube. Okay, so we gotta talk to this thing. Kind of why we're here. So after beating the previous boss, we picked up something called, like, her left eye. A humanoid corpse skewered through, a hole left agape in its head. Insert left eye. So this is the left eye that we got.
Ohayo, ningyo.
My darling doll, say my name. Nema or my master, Nema? You're not my master, I don't know you! Nema. Okay, good, now go. Fulfill your purpose. I don't know what my purpose is. This pathetic body of mine. You were born to take back my body, that which was stolen from me. I don't know you! Looks like the roots have connected. What a pretty flower. It's my purse! I don't know you! Take back my body by any means necessary. Okay, that's that. So what that has done is put these 3 trees down here. And these 3 trees will take us to 3 different zones that we can play through. Order does not matter. You can play any of them. Like I said, there isn't really any vertical power scaling in this game. Not really, anyway. So any level is going to be just as difficult as any other level, just different. And I am going to go with this one, the Upturned Forest, for a very specific reason. So we get pooped down in a new area. Door does not open. We want to go turn our tree on, though. And now we can travel back here. From a tree. And that's if we go to transfer, we can now go back to the brood chamber, which is our hub. We can also go back to the central cavern, which is where we started. There is actually a present for us back in the central cavern if we go back for it. I'll worry about that later, though. Frame loadout. Oh, practice range. That's what I was looking for. Practice range. So this is not the same as the tutorial area. But it's a place that you can run around and try your stuff out. happens if I go out there? Oh, they won't let me. Okay, so you can see us running around. We got our leggies. So I mentioned that there was something very important that the other legs did. They glide. They don't actually run on the ground. This is very important. Please understand. Okay, so I'm going to very quickly... Well, hey, I'm going to close Photoshop because that's probably eating up memory. I'm going to look at guides very quickly because there's a list of weapons and whatnot. Okay. So this is mobility module... Kuramitsuha. Because all of the frames are actually categorized differently. And so the one we were using before was a versatile. Kuramitsuha. Oh, the Kuramitsuha is actually categorized as a flying set. Did not know that. Alright, so new zone, new shenanigans. New outfit, new mech, let's go. There's a lot of kind of unpleasant guys around here. Later, nerd. Lapples. Whoop. Okay, it didn't actually fall down. We're good. He's just gonna be up there. So those shots they're doing, you can see all the electricity coming out, that's thermal damage. So there are a couple goodies in here. Cool. Item over there, otherwise I think this area is clean. EMP grenade, okay. Okay, that guy's going that way. So what about these? The shot that these guys fire off, I think, is also thermal damage, and it's kind of irritating. It's not too hard to deal with and dodge. Unless you get too close to them. If you get real close to these guys, you just heckin' die. And that's because you see the shot they shoot out, it kind of goes out backwards behind them. And then once it's out, it aims at you and then fires at you. And when you're like kind of far away, mid-long range away from them, really easy to have that thing coming at you and you just kind of dodge off to the side. When you're like point blank away from them, that thing aims right at you and just creams you right in the face. Like there is nothing you can do about it. Other than just get your face caved in. Is there another enemy up here? Yes. I got a pearl. I don't know what that does. Whoop. Later, nerd. So I remember playing this game, playing through my first time. I put on this pair of legs pretty much immediately. Later. And I was spoiled for jumping for like... Bye. for like quite a while. Like anytime I went to try to upgrade and like get a new pair of legs or whatever, and it was always, yeah, but I can't jump half of like what I could before, and that's so bad. That's so sad. And I realize now why this one was so good. It was classified as a flying set. And not only are there, being a flying pair of legs, not only does that mean it jumps good, but it hovers, and it barely loses height when it hovers. And you don't get that out of anything that's not flying. Bye. This is the first area that I played through before, and I'm really kind of happy with how dumb the enemies are here. I don't think anywhere else in the game enemies will just jump off a cliff like that. Okay, so we got big staircase. See, that's sort of the issue with using a more of a sniper build, is the auto-target will actively kill your... Sorry, bot. Because since the delay between shots is so long, if you miss one shot, it hurts. For some of my shots trying to head into the ground. Remember what I explained earlier about how shot leading works. It tries to predict where the enemy will be by judging its momentum and direction. So when it's jumping in the air, as it's approaching the ground, all it sees is you are moving very quickly down towards the ground. And if you continue at this pace, by the time our shot hits you, you will be underground somewhere. So it shoots at the ground. This is also bad when it's moving, like, just in small little things. Like, if it's standing there and kind of going like, it's, like, impossible to hit. Because shot leading sees that and goes, oh man, that guy sure is moving quickly. He's going to be way over here at that pace. When, like, no, you just move it like this. And that's where, like I said, the shot leading, on one hand it's good because the enemy is going to be dealing with the same bullcrap you are, and you can misdirect their attacks to not hit you. in much the same way. But it does mean a very quick lock-on can actually make it, in some situations, more difficult to hit the target. That's where homing weapons are nice. And if you get an enemy that you just can't heckin' hit, that's what I got homing missiles for. So I said we were going to this area first for a very specific reason, and that is not because there's anything in this particular area that I want, but instead because there is an area that follows after this area. Like, so of our 3 options, those lead to 3 levels. Those 3 levels lead to 3 levels. Gotta go through the fairy circle. And the area following this one has, like, a ton of stuff that I want. Now, if we're lucky, this guy will just jump into the pit. Oh, and this guy's doing me a concern too. Okay, he's done. This guy is a pain in the butt. What hit me? Well, whatever, he's dead. This game is almost entirely very mechanical, but there's a couple little things that I really enjoy. Like the fairy circles, the trees, which are your main, like, hub points. Okay, now you know you don't just come up here and nothing happens. I'm gonna walk over and get this and somebody's gonna come out. Like, you know. I hit a thing. I couldn't dodge. Ow! Okay, we've saved ourselves. We've done it. Now there's another prize up here. It is a little bit sad that there's no music outside of bosses. I feel like it does fit the mood to not really have music otherwise, though I feel like some ambience would be very nice. Like, very ambient music. Just like the long, drawn-out chords. If I go up here and tick you off, will you jump off a cliff? Thank you. I'm gonna take that, that way I never have to come back up here again. So we just don't even have to worry about this top path anymore. Now, while I am down here... Crap! I don't think there's anywhere I can land. Oh, there's like something down there. Hold on. No! Sometimes when you fall off a cliff, you just heckin' die. Other times, you just kind of get hurt. It's hard to tell what's gonna happen when, but it may just be how much health you have left. I had enough health left to take some damage. So, like, falling in a Zelda pit. So I know I've got, like, almost nothing to go by right now. Oh, butts. Oh, butts. Oh, butts. Oh, that's gonna go bad. That's gonna go bad. No, hit him. Just kill him. Got him. Oh, thank heavens. I just want to go over here, collect what goodies. Are over here. Whoa! Nope. Okay, I would really love to go over there, but I would really love to not have to deal with you. Ooh, that was actually dangerous. He's almost dead. Come back and let me shoot you one more time. There's an item around that corner. I want to get it so I never have to come back here again. Got him. Okay. I know I have no health. I could just use a healing item. But also if all I have to do is just not get hit by that one guy. And I can grab that. And now we just go back to the save point and heal. Doing this will, of course, make all the enemies respawn, but I don't care. That's why I was making sure that I was killing the enemies that I had to kill, so I just never had to go back to some of those locations. Bye. Later. That is a very short-range weapon, and I'm cool with that. Ha 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 ha! Where'd you come from? He came down from his perch. Okay, we gotta take care of you. mind. He's got like one more bullet. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Now I gotta take care of this guy. Good, good, good. Okay, now for my next trick. I have never gotten that item up there, and I'm not entirely sure how. Like, I can't get that eye. Like, is there some other place that I can get the height? Like, there's that ledge way up there, but... like, that's so far. I don't even... the thing is, I don't even think that's anything important. Heard a noise and I don't like it. Whoa, boy. Yeah, so how the heck do you get up there? Go up here. Ooh, pipe. Can I get on top of that pipe somehow? Okay, I'm gonna go up this way because I may be able to get on top of that pipe. Is a real dangerous place. Oh, I'm gonna reload. You like need... there are some enemies that have attacks that are just such a pain in the butt to deal with. You need cover. And these tanks are one of them. Hi. Where'd the dude go? Now it's really a corridor shooter. Oh, jeez. We good? Man, everybody crammed themselves into this corner. Ooh. There's one more of you. Yeah, you. I knew you were still up there. Oh, jeez. I saw the light down there underneath the staircase. Man, the legs on this model just have such good air control. I mean, I guess it's a flight. It's categorized as a flight suit for a reason. Got them leggies. Ooh. I think... Nope, something else over here. Think that's everything. Okay, so we still got this tank over here being problems. Them Jehudi legs. Heck yeah! Why do you think I liked it so much? I want legs that look like I'm ice skating when I'm just moving around on the ground. That is like the best aesthetic. Okay, so I think if I go up here... Oh yeah, let's go. Does this go in? Oh, there's even an item over here. Again, I think bionic parts are just a thing you can sell. Yeah, bionic parts. So this is kind of all for money. So somebody asked what happens if you die, and really what happens when you die is that you lose money. That's pretty much... Oh, jeez. That's pretty much the only thing that happens. God dang it! You jerk! Oh, I can't stand on that. Yes, we do absolutely need money, though, to buy aesthetic stuff and potentially new weapons. Oh, I made it. You can get here much more easily just coming from this side. Not gonna get jumped from any other direction, am I? Do you lose it all? No, you do not lose it all. So on the... Each piece of the equipment that you have, well, equipped, has a statistic for repair cell, which you can see. My head is not in the way. In the lower right-hand corner. You cannot see the number, but the repair cell for these legs are 11,000. Which means when you die, it totals up what the repair cost is for all of your current parts, and that's how much money you lose. So if you wanted to, you could, like, unequip everything and then equip a bunch of cheap stuff, and then death is cheap. Personally, I just try not to die. You cannot go into negative money. So I just try not to die and try to spend all my money. So if I ever die, I don't really have that much to lose. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, it's you. Why couldn't you have jumped off the edge? This friggin' tank has some yo butts. Did I get him at least? Okay, I may be able to save this. Oh, butts. Well, I killed him. Bye. Oh, Jesus. Didn't even see you. I mean, I saw the lock on, but I figured they were further down. I didn't think it was them. Okay, well, he left the room. Oh! We got a real jerk up there. Okay, well, before I do anything... Shortcut! Before I heal up and respawn all of the enemies, which I would like to do... Whoa there, buddy! Where did you come from? Okay, so there is a down there. So this area is actually going to be really important for later. Right now, it's just a fun little side area. Okay, I'm just gonna deal with the tank. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. Whoa! Yeah, so the tank, not difficult, obvious charge up time, like you said. The problem with dealing with these things is, A, I knew that enemy was around the corner. So, it was like, I'm gonna fight this guy and just kind of hope that guy doesn't walk out and see me. And then the other problem is, if you don't have cover to hide behind, dodging his attacks is real heckin' annoying. It's like they have an obvious charge up time, but it's kind of hard to tell when they're, like, really about to fire. Like, I should dodge now, ready to fire. And they home a little. I don't see anything out here. Yeah, it's this room. This room is... Right now, it's just a big empty room. This is going to be important for a little later. Yeah, it's legitimately just a big empty room right now. And by a little later, I mean, like, not actually that much later, but a little later. Oh, that room is a pain in the butt. Hit him, it's just doing very little damage. Like I said, if you don't have cover, then dodging their shots is actually kind of annoying. Oh boy. Of course there's some other bullcrap in here too. Can't just have a guy. One of those nick. Got one. Oh! Ooh! Oh! I took a tank shot. Okay, we got him. Alright, we did it. Oh boy, these tanks are annoying. And all that just to grab whatever this is. High-grade repairing agent. Yeah, which I'm gonna have to use right after I deal with all of them. Okay, I think we've done about all we can do. I'm going to go ahead and hit up the save point so I can heal. Say save point. It's not really, it's just a resupply point. The game auto-saves. Alright. Let's go cause problems. Okay. Oh, he came back. So this whole area kind of like loops around and connects to itself. So I'm going this way because it's easier than going the other way. Oh, these things, though. These friggin' things. Okay. It's the annoying guy. Okay. Gun! Crap! Dang it, I did it again! Kinda surprised I could just make that jump. Okay, so I do remember there are 2 chests up here. Don't know why you had, like, no health. But I'm not gonna argue. Okay, all looking good. So we can kind of poke our heads up there. Poke our heads up there. We did take... Whoop! Okay, that elevator is a very important elevator. I really don't want to give this tank a chance to, like, shoot. Well, I grabbed the item and then fell. Alright, that is like most of the major threats in the area dealt with. Ooh. I think it's the back armor piece I usually use. I think that's everything up there. That's everything over there. I don't remember where the next checkpoint is, but there may not be another checkpoint. What's the control scheme like? Is it mouse keyboard friendly? I am personally playing with mouse and keyboard and having a good time. It doesn't feel overwhelming or like there's too many buttons or anything. Everything's easy to use, easy to reach. I did rebind one or two buttons. Like my utility, I think it was by default on like G or something, and that's kind of a pain to hit. So I bound it to X. And glide, I think, is bound to like V, which I bound to left control. I don't even think there's any items over here. There we go. Get myself unstuck. It was just like, hey, there's a couple guys you can beat up over here, I guess. I almost feel like they would put something on top of those pillars, but... Okay, I remember this area being kind of a pain in the butt. And it is predominantly because of that idiot. You know what? I don't have to kill every enemy. You can just be up there and I can leave. I think this is our final checkpoint, I want to say. As soon as they see me. That was my shield utility. Because I don't want to fight all of them, but just gliding through the whole mess of them is a quick way to get messed up. Incendiary grenade. God, remember, don't get close to them. I have died in that pit before. So I've kind of put some effort into figuring out how to do this room. Where am I? I don't see anything else here. Okay, I know there's a tank up top. Anything cool back here? Almost get on the ceiling pipes. tank somewhere. Woohoo, boy. Okay, one less guy to worry about. Ow. Okay, doing well, doing well. Kind of like some areas in Armored Core 6. This is true! It is important to keep in mind, though, that I am not, in fact, playing Armored Core 6. Freaking got him. See that tank? Just don't come over here where you can see me. Hiding behind cover. You know, if I aim right, I can probably hit him. Eh. Too much range. Yeah, so this is obviously a trap area. You're supposed to come in, go, ooh, a chest, and once you get in there, like, all these friggin' guys come out. Come down after you. I have fallen for this trap once before. Flying squid spears! How very surprising! And by that I mean, actually very surprising. I would not have expected that. So what we just got was the fault key. Now that is actually what opens the door to the boss arena. Which is right there. So we loop all the way back around to our tree friend. now we can fight the boss of the area. Is this game new? Is it finished? It is both of those things. What boss is this? Is this the boss I think it is? Oh, this boss was a... Oh, I think this is the boss I think it is. This boss was a pain in the butt. I'm gonna go spend my money in case I die. There is at least one other boss. There is at least one boss. That is another person in a suit. Okay, any cool stuff in here I may potentially want to buy. What would be good against this boss in particular? Compress gun has a range of 7,200. Battle rifle is pretty good too. Compress gun, I think that is... Yeah, that's just the thermal. I still have enough left. I'm gonna buy the battle rifle too. Okay, so let's see here. Mobility, I am pretty content with that. Headset, the biggest thing that I look for on headset is target range. And this is currently the best thing we got. Hanger module, I did get this one. That actually has lower defense. Better mobility, lower defense. I'm happy with my mobility, though. Yeah, so, okay, keeping that. And then this one is... Okay, I only have one something. And that is nothing I really... Less defense for mostly stuff I don't care about, so we're not messing with that. Utility module is this one, which I'm probably going to keep for quite a while. This is the... I think the thing we picked up. Chaff armor. I don't like chaff armor, though. I don't really understand that armor, I think. Okay, arrowhead, javelin. So, okay, so I have a javelin. How does it compare to this one? So, better range. Better range, better damage. But it fires slower. Unless I potentially want to use the battle rifle that I got here. But that's just physical at 3206, when this one was... it's not that bad. So this one fires more often. I'm good with that. Ooh, I actually have a sniper cannon? Can I equip it? No, I'm over encumbered. Dang it. Ooh, this one's got range. Oh, I'm over encumbered with that one too? Dang it. Yeah, the only one I can change to is this one. Which does less damage. It does have better range than this. Why not? And then I'll keep the missiles equipped. Now I have a little bit of money.
どの子を鍛えてほしいのかしら。ヤシカムシカが鍛えるわ。
Oh, I don't have any graphite seeds, so I can't upgrade these. I can upgrade plenty of these, though.
この子から育てるのね。この子から育てるのね。ミシカに任せて。
Can upgrade that. I'm going to use that for a while. Yeah, so it's either the hangar or the thruster. I have enough money to upgrade one of them. Both offer good resistances. Okay. I am now officially broke. And being broke means if I die, I don't even lose anything. Change to this one, right? Okay, yeah, that's fine. How does this thing? That's a weapon. There's like a charge up, and you can't fire it very often. Okay, I'm using it my BP, so I'm gonna go back and refill my BP, and then we'll go fight a boss. Gonna fight this boss, and that's probably gonna be it for the evening. As much as I would like to go into the next area, it is very late. Let's see if anything that I've learned about this game makes this fight even a little easier. I hope it's not spiders. Ow! I'm gonna hide from that. I don't like that. Alright, so I am nearly dead. I can't hit me when I dance around dumb like an idiot. Heal again. Heck. What do... Surprised that didn't hit me. You and me both. I'll get my shield back. Nope. Nope. Woo! Oh, butts! Took that one to the face. Where you gonna be? Ooh! Oh! It didn't hit me somehow. Or if it did, it was just a glancing blow. Ah! 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 I don't think that actually hit me somehow. Up, 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 up. It's fine, I can wait. Oh, if you hit the propellers, it does more damage. Ah! I have no health, leave me alone! Frustrating because I feel like at a moment's notice, it'd start doing like dumb crap. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, what the crap? Dude, I just healed. no. Him doing this means nothing, actually, as it turns out. Get behind me! Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 butts! I don't like this boss! I don't like this boss. Even with, like, the best loadout that I could prepare for it, it's still, like... You can just never hit it. And half of his attacks feel like it, like, where he flies over and drops all the bombs. It feels like it's just completely random if you get hit by it or not. Like, you need range against this guy, but I do not have range. Like, I just don't have any weapons with the kind of range I need. Okay, I'm over encumbered, so we're gonna figure something out for that. We'll put that on. This thing's not helping us at all. This one has even more range, but I think it weighs even more. Also, the sniper cannons are kind of a pain in the butt. I mean, I love me a sniper cannon, don't get me wrong. But for, like, a boss fight like that, this is what happens when you're over encumbered, by the way. This is a sniper. I love me a sniper cannon. Okay, you have a range of 1200. Let's try you. So we have the compress gun. Let's try this battle rifle. Both of these have better range than that, though. I'm still very slow, but it's fine. Yeah, so you don't get many shots off of this thing, but it just fires. Alright, so the next question is, do I have a mobility unit that won't make me over-encumber? I do, actually. I do. Okay, let's give this a shot. Oh, butts! Oh. I don't know if those are hitting him. The javelin shots are hitting him, but not for much. Get behind it, get behind it. Does he always come back up where he went down? Or do I have to play peekaboo? That's doing damage. Not like a lot of damage, but it's doing damage. Nope, nope, nope. I kind of wish they'd all just break. They're just getting in my way. I just stood there and took it. Okay, I think we're doing better this round. And I think that mostly comes from playing it safe, mostly. And I think that's just how some bosses are. Like, there's one boss that I fought before, massive pain in the butt. But I found, like, you just have to hang back and play it safe. Of course, at half health means he's probably going to be changing up his strategy now. Whoa! Another one there. I'm running out of energy using all these missiles. have no idea what he's gonna do next. Carpet bomb. No, this is a bad time to be here. I don't want to be here. Reload on me, kill him. At this point, I don't know what he's gonna do. Probably don't want to beat her, actually. Okay, at this point, don't know what it's gonna do. Carpet bomb. I'm starting to think a sniper module may not, like the sniper cannon, may not actually be a bad plan against this guy. Oh, crap! Okay, I just took a glancing blow. Haha. Yeah, I feel like this would be a good fight to use the sniper cannon. Like, you can see through these. You spend a lot of your time hiding, and he's constantly way too far away. I almost want to fight him again. Like, I almost want to throw the fight, just so I can try again with a sniper cannon. Hey! Ha, ha, ha. Don't be attacking me, I killed you. Pain in the butt, boss. I don't remember which door I came in. Now, this is going to take us to the next area. We may have to do a little bit of fighting to get there, though. Yeah, definitely feel like sniper cannon would have been the better option, in retrospect. It's kind of frustrating as your first boss, because you don't have a lot of options yet. I also hope I don't have to fight a lot, because I don't have a lot of ammo. There's stuff in these rooms, but... Surprised I didn't backtrack to the previous street. Yeah. I was thinking about it. I forgot that there was... like, stuff between the two. There we go. Let's see here. You treated me well in that fight. So we still have that on. I ended up, like, even not using that, hardly using that. Mostly I used missiles. Okay, we made it this far. Okay, before we wrap up stream, I want to go back in here. There were some rooms I didn't visit, and I was scared I wasn't going to have the ammo to, like, get here. Okay, I think we're actually done now. Because this just goes back. Alright, well, we don't have my favorite loadout yet, but we've got some tools at our disposal. I'm gonna spend our money before we lose it. Actually, let's buy some of these new pieces. I don't even know how good they are. The fairy circle is not something that we can use now. That's like, it's not activated yet. That, since we're in a new area at a new tree, that fairy circle is going to be something that we unlock as we go deeper in the area as kind of a shortcut back to the tree. I mean, these are some neat pieces, but I don't know how I feel about them. Alright, I was gonna get these. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing else really jumping out at me. Let's see what Yo-Yo's got for me. What do I want? Shotgun, grenade launcher, discharge machine gun, bubble launcher, handgun, and nothing I'm really interested in. I guess it's good to have a shotgun. What's the downside to this one? Oh, shorter range. Look, if I'm using a shotgun, it's in the face. Melee weapons, sure. No, I already have those, so I don't need to buy another one. Okay, do I... 197, we can buy, like, an aesthetic or two. I, like, don't actually feel the need to buy a lot of these, though. Like, I'm kind of just buying them to buy them. I've got my look. Well, we may just have 100k laying around. I don't think I got anything worth upgrading. Why not? Don't have any seeds. Okay, let's see what this new pair of legs is like. And that's probably going to be the last thing we do. What is your deal? Okay, so less defense. But you can jump super high. That's pretty much it. Less everything, but you can jump super high. Do you need to jump super high? We got you. Oh, I'm over encumbered. Wait, no, I'm not. I can even equip the sniper cannon. Heck yeah. Okay, we can jump super high. A, we have a sniper cannon now. B, we can jump super high. How does this work? Yeah, you can jump pretty high. These are rocket-type legs. I don't know how I feel about rocket legs. Okay, all is well. I'm hitting this. I'm hitting the supply button because I think that means I save, possibly. And I'm getting some sleep. Good night, everybody. Reminder, no streams. I'm still going to stream tomorrow, probably. No streams next week, though. But I may stream on Wednesday instead. Also, I have to figure out why this thing thinks my hand is up. So, thanks for hanging out. Good night, everybody.